Hello and welcome back to Starminer. You join us on the outskirts of Europa in orbit, and you can see here our brand new high-powered mining vessel. Throughout our journey, we've experienced a few different ways to mine. We've had numerous small mining vessels, we've had self-contained mining and processing vessels, we've had drills that ship back to a dedicated mining station, we've towed asteroids, and we've even built a massive star station dedicated to stripping entire regions. It was expensive, and it wasn't so effective compared to the power of this nuclear-powered, high-powered mining vessel, which has seen a dramatic increase in our output. And the former way of storing minerals that we had was just to keep them in the hold of our ships until we wanted to sell them to a local trader. But the sheer volume that we are now outputting is just not enough. Our ships are dangerously overloaded, and they can't be piloted on anything but autopilot. Sooner or later there's going to be an accident. So we must scale up our production. We're going to scale it up, and we're going to start participating in interstellar trade. And I've come up with a plan, a giant, ambitious project that will see us as the dominant company here. Outside Jupiter, at least. Formerly, we used our hangar ship to transport all our minerals around, but now we are going to build a dedicated starport. This game really is beautiful. And like I said, our supply and mining ships, our refinery ships are all completely packed to the gills. This thing cannot be piloted. It has to head back to the Jupiter gate, the Red Eye gate, which is going to be the hub. It has a starport or a stargate, and that's what we're going to make use of tonight. Hello everyone. Welcome Rufflegon. The Red Eye gate. Things have changed since we were here last. It was just a small outpost. Now we have ambitious plans. We want to head to the Red Gate. You're like, what is going on with this ship? Why are there all these extra containers hanging off of it? Well, I've learned a new thing. Got our mining ship here, which needs to come back. It's a very obsolete mining ship now. We're going to make use of this as a construction ship to help us with our grand project, which you may or may not be able to see in the background there. This is the Red Gate. Right over the red planet. It's going to be our new starport. We just need the minerals to build it. Like the Accumulator, our mining vessel, the massive one, this station is built off our outpost design. Both vessels are like that, but this one is specialized as a trade hub. And down here we have what I hope to be a vessel that doesn't completely break the game, because I don't plan on moving it. But it is going to be our starport. And hopefully I'll be able to attach the main body here to the starport. Our little miner has arrived. Now I better keep an eye on the Hephaestus. She weighs 75,000 tons fully loaded. We basically need one of these ships for every G ship, every heavy miner that we now have. because the heavy miner just pumps through asteroids. 100 meters a second doesn't seem that way. There's the Stargate that we're going to make use of once the starport is fully operational. Our destroyer has been keeping guard. I really like the lighting in this system, so that's why we're going to make it our hub. It's quite ominous. Right, move the DD out of the way. Likewise, the light hauler needs to move. You might be wondering, why has it got all these protrusions? Well, there's a method to that madness. It does make it pretty unstable though, so it's not designed to go anywhere. Space truck pulling into the station. I don't like where that light hauler is. Move out of the way, please. To be very careful. I'm going to have to come up with another design. This is obsolete for my plan. It's very unwieldy. We'll make use of the hull, but we'll just change the way it's built. I'm taking over controls. We have to get up nice and close and hope that it just has no maneuverability whatsoever. I think I built this originally to be rated to, say, 20,000. It's even flexing in the middle here. This section here doesn't like the extra weight on the head. I think that's close enough for now until the starport's built and secure. Make sure she's completely stopped. Not quite. Okay. Now the first thing we need to do is strip the miner. There's one last mission to complete. We might dump off the supplies actually. It'll make it easier to maneuver. I will say the lighting in this place does make it a bit hard to build with things. It's the one downside. Turn towards the sun. So we'll keep the hangars. Will I need those? Yes, I'll need those. We won't need scanners. We won't need mining lasers. For those just joining us, this was our starter miner design right from the very first system. Frankenstein's miner. Doesn't need refineries anymore. So that scrapped, we can send the remaining supplies to the starbase. And then we need to scrap all of the aircraft in its spacecraft. So, the hangars. And then we need to convert them to constructors. We don't need so much water. Okay, it should be ready to help us now. And I will give it some extra storage. And a few extra hangars instead of mining lasers. Right, we've got a fancy new feature that I want to show you, but still don't have it available. We need these arms to be built. Right, this ship here can help us build, so we'll get it a bit closer. The light hauler also has a bunch of stuff. Send that across. It was a late one for me last night. I've been okay. I had a few hours sleep this morning and then I'm back at it. Pretty sedate day today. This station is moving. It is. Alright, the destroyer needs to donate its nuclear fuel. It doesn't have any. Neither does that or that. Uh-oh. I think we can make it. Can we? Do I have any refineries? Oh, we can't make it. Not yet. Alright, let's top up this brand new constructor. I need to get this bottom section built so I can stabilize it. I might actually need to bring the heavy miner back, actually, to get some cobalt. This place is littered with it, we just have to get it. And this was really too slow for that job. And then I could share some nuclear fuel from the heavy miner. Just wait for these supplies to get aboard and then we'll zip back. Give it a little kick. So much weight in the rear. The station's own construction lasers are starting to help. Yeah, we need those generators running. Because it's trying to power its own construction as well. Now all my stuff has spinny bits, so here's the spinny bit for this station. We have life. Why are these ones constantly firing? Uh-oh. Something going on here. Those are a problem. I'm going to take them out. Actually, no, we'll go and get the fuel. The fuel. Europa, Dark Iron Drift. Okay, from these things here, we need to build trade ships. And then you can just go, I want you to pick up. I want you to pick that up. And then he'll take it back to the station, hold on to it until you give him another order. Similarly, you can give orders to sell. So if we find one that is not empty, let's put some supplies in it. And then I'll lock it. And I just go sell. And then from the Stargate, a trade ship comes. And then it'll take it back to the starport, and we'll get our money for it. And that way we don't need to find a local trader to be able to make money. I just haven't figured out a way to buy resources if you can even do that. The heavy miner's here. See you later, resources. I don't know if you can automate it yet, but then I can just tell this guy who grabbed that container. I think I can do it. There we go. And then we go drop wherever I want to put it. Oh god, I'm breaking my game with all this construction. My ambitions outweigh my PC's ability to render it. Meanwhile, let's send the station some power. Know why that's happening. I'm hoping once we get some nuclear fuel in, generators will kick in and I'll be able to write it. It's tipping like it's got a scent, like there's gravity affecting it. Slowly doing a cartwheel. Alright, let's send it across. Get those reactors fired up. Oh, I keep doing the wrong ship. It's the heavy miner. Station has begun construction of my mega project. So I might sell off all these resources in these nodes here. There'll be lots of micromanaging until they teach me how to automate it. A lot of clicky clicky, but it's fun to watch. I just wanted to make sure the station was capable of doing it without any crashes. And then I use my trade ship to do that. Pick theirs up. So when the starport's ready, this will be a busy little station. And I'll be able to flow the ore through here. This will help a lot with stability, believe it or not. All the weight was in those prongs. But that was just a test for me. To see if it worked. See how much room the bots needed. See, this one worries me. It's a bit close. Just need a thing that says, alright, if I click this button, it'll fill it and sell it. Look at me, Mom, I'm selling space rocks. I guess it's going to cost us commodities to build the shipping containers, though. So that's one downside. Okay. So we could have small ships parked there or shipping containers ready. Oh, it does not like that. Does not like that order. Oh man. Alright, we won't be doing that. Shit. This game sometimes. Okay, the generators are fully charged, but we don't have unlimited power. Station, why do you keep falling over? I think it's this one here that's not connected. It's freaking out. We'll take those away. It's got that wobble. Station-wide blackout. So this plan won't work. We've got a traffic jam here. It's okay, now that we have the starport, we don't really need this for that reason. We could just have them on this arm and the bottom arm. The fingered design worked better. Than just having the fork. So that will be what we keep. I had a few different layouts around the outside. That can wait for another time. I didn't put much power, battery power on this station yet. It's coming back to bite me, despite having 4 shield generators. Now, if I space this out correctly, the shield should cover everything except the spinning bit on the top. And then there'll be overlapping shields. Can 2 reactors carry the load is the question. So far, so good. Oh, we're even getting over the top of the... Yes. Yes. It's a shield flower. Oh, it's right there. That's exactly what I wanted. Yes. The little command module is completely exposed. Typical Death Star or Star Destroyer weakness. Yeah, we went with the tank doctrine. Veteran tanks. Get their veterancy up and they are super powerful. Alright, we need to unload this hauler, it's overburdened, and I planned to remove all those containers anyway. So, pick up this one. I need a couple of men trained up. I reckon we've, like, this is just a guess, but I reckon we've probably seen about 70 or 60% of the roster for that faction. I reckon there'll be a few more things hidden away. Oh, that's so cool. The shield flower. I eyeballed that. The output is full. Meanwhile, the shipyard is coming together nicely. Considering I don't have everything needed for it. Yeah, we had a big discussion on the stream last night about that sort of thing. Like in Command & Conquer Generals, how you could choose to lean into something. It was the same with Kane's Wrath. And to some extent, Red Alert 2. So this is supposed to be the dock for medium craft. They'll grab a port. We've got a traffic control and some radars. Make the Adeptus Mechanicus blush with our ambition. We need more cobalt flowing. Why you gotta do me like that? Oh, I just want to have fun. There's too many docking ports for it to choose from. Oh god, it's gonna make this thing broken if that's the case. Because that's what I just fully... I've planned this like a super carrier, a super tanker. Cargo ship. And it's supposed to hold like 1 million of those containers. Not 1 million, but a fair few. Turn it down a bit while we're here in this system. It's pretty easy to change the graphics settings in this game. Oh, I thought that was full of cobalt. We're going to get that last, it seems. Yeah, it's like seeing how many drop points there are on the container ship, and it's not going to let me do it. Aww. I thought for sure that if I didn't move my megastructure, it would be okay. The game's having a conniption again. I keep breaking it. I liked the whole game. I liked capturing prisoners of war and making cash. I thought it was a really good game. It was definitely a General's clone, but it was a good one. We have a few more shipping containers to take off the ship. Well, it's been a while and the shields are still up. That's a good sign. Planned the power pretty well. Alright, Mr. Miner, who's now a constructor. We need to resupply you. I'm going to break this hauler down. We don't need it. This is an obsolete design too. I think they should add little ship-breaking vessels. In the same way that you have to build constructors. And it'll just break down a derelict that you want. It looks like that issue is still persisting down here. Let's pressure test this spinny bit on top. The merry-go-round. Be funny if it starts spinning the station below it. Send all the scrap over. Still something else here. Cargo bay. What am I missing? Let's have a look at the full module list. What have we got here? Metal storage, batteries, habitat. Well, it won't let me destroy this one. It's a tier 1 core Hulk node. I can't build that. That's rare. That's why. Okay. We don't want to lose this. This has storage and things as its base, I believe. Oh well, it's lost now. It's out of power. See you later. I guess to overcome the frame drop, you just choose where you want before you activate it and make sure you click straight away. Not ideal, but it works. Take some of the burden off poor Hephaestus. Oh dear. That sucks. So if you give them an order before they dock again, you can keep them pretty active. This will be a test for them. Don't destroy my radiator. One more to remove. I'll just let him take that back to his dock. It's not even, but it works. I can turn off the shields now. They also work. something funky going on in the middle there. The metal storage. See how this affects the game itself. They don't even look like they're joined. We got wobbly rocket syndrome. Can't recover that now. It's not charging. Had a critical power failure. I do wonder if it's because of the weight. Let's balance it. To activate the dev tools here to fix that. She's out of control. Just keep the batteries charged until it stabilizes that spin. I don't know why it's spinning. She's a broken. The plan was to never move this thing. Stop moving. There's not enough rigidity in the structure. I surely thought that if it just hung there, it would be fine. But we just cannot stabilize it, despite having the thrusters always on. And now it's about to have critical failure. Physics is failing. I think attaching all those things to the top, the cargo containers, started to throw the balance out. Because she seems okay here, hovering fine. I'll just delete all those containers. This is where it all started going wrong. Well, my ambitious plans look like they're going to be thwarted by the physics. This thing just has too much momentum and it just keeps spinning. Cannot stop it. We don't have enough thrust. And it looks like it's just going to get faster and faster. I didn't have this problem with the accumulator, it just kept breaking the frame rate. If we weren't using these dev tools, the station would be dead meat. Okay, it seems to be slowing down. It's that extra weight on the top here on the arms. We don't have any gyroscopic influence. It's stopped here on the actuator. We've still just got the slight drift. I just wonder if I attach it to this, will this be enough to anchor it at the bottom because it weighs so much more? That was the plan. It seems like it's okay now. Yeah, just putting those containers on, shipping them on the top, started introducing like inertia to the station. And the thrusters aren't able to stop it from moving. These ones are just continuously firing. I've got 4 thrusters, 4, they're like heaps, but none down the bottom. No real weight. There's 5 down here. Then we've got them on the ends as well. Going to try and get into position to merge them together. Otherwise I'll never be able to. What an undertaking. We weigh 50,000 tons. Just have to do it bit by bit. Boy, am I glad I didn't try to do this in one piece. It would have exploded the minute I turned it on, I think. Getting closer and closer. I'll have to design a better clamp than this. We'll just have to make it a ball joint. How close am I? It's so hard to tell. Pretty close. Come on. You can do it. Please don't break. And then I have to somehow rotate so that we're straight. Close are we now? Did we overshoot it? We did. No pressure. Just got that gangster lean. You can do it. You can do it. Alignment or distance issue. It's definitely an alignment issue. Oh, there we go. Auto straightened for me. Well, that's the first part of the operation completed. Turn off the screen now, we don't need its help. Alright, the monstrosity is coming together. Merge it. And it didn't explode. You beauty. Now I can't look at it without it turning into a slideshow. I made another monstrosity. Well, that's... Let's not look at it for a while and just let it build. Ugh. What I'm putting on a slideshow presentation every time I try this. We'll let them have all the resources now. But at least it looks like it's not moving. It's like 5 frames a second. Starbase to Red Gate. I've got to go back down to minimum again, I think. I don't think it really makes a difference because it's the pressure on the CPU. Turn the RTX off as well. Well, that's our Jupiter mission. That central piece there needs to be a solid block. What I wanted it to look like was the overhead cranes that you see at the shipyards loading the ships with the containers. I think it's the constantly firing thrusters that don't help. For whatever reason, this central just doesn't like being here. So let's save it. I'm going to delete those to see what happens. See, there's a bunch of stress being released when I take them away. There's some sag here on these beams. It stopped. I think that perhaps it's trying to flex and they're in the way. It's worked. It's taken that pressure off this. It's not wibbling around anymore. We've got nowhere near enough cobalt for that. just delete these containers off the back so we don't have any issues. Got some space junk floating around, get rid of that too. Solar panels here coming online. As usual, we've got rotating bits. All the solar panels will rotate. I wanted to have them on like a double rotation arm. I might experiment with that on another device. We need more cobalt, get it in the hatch before our nuclear fuel runs out. I guess my plan for this starport is to fill it with all of the resources of Jupiter and see how much we can sell it for. I should be able to stack the containers all the way to the top of the gantry. They shouldn't have called their game Starminer. I'm building star-sized mining ships. I have a mission for my destroyer, actually. I found some hostiles. There's only a couple of them. Cobalt's super precious at the moment. I haven't found much out here in Jupiter. not for this scale of construction. I think we're about halfway through our cobalt requirement. A lot of the central stuff doesn't require it, but all the Hulk nodes do. And there's a whole heap of them. This guy could use a resupply. Okay, so which officers aren't I using? I'm not using the logistics, the science, or the tactical officer. All those guys need to go to the starbase. Logistics, science, and tactical officer. Oh, they're full. Just have to wait. Thanks for lurking, Rufflegon. I appreciate your company, mate, and your watch time. Any other big contenders for cobalt? No, not really. There's only iron. Oh wait, this one here might have it. Sending the cobalt above into the mine refinery ship because they have more refineries than the starbase does. Might have to go somewhere else to find it. This guy's got 400 cobalt, which his little flyers will use slowly. It's looking like a starship. I was going to use this as the chassis for an actual starship, depending on how it performs once it's complete. I was thinking of making this the cargo bay of a Titan class ship. And so I guess center of the ship, and then the bridge and superstructure behind, a little bit more of the ship for engines and engineering, and then a bow. That was the grand scheme. So I've saved this as a blueprint. And that's why I sort of tried to give it that triangular shape. So we wouldn't use the gantry, perhaps. Instead, I would build a square to be a cargo bay. Four shield generators protect most of the station, all the squishy bits. Just the two command modules, top and bottom, are exposed. That was all iron. Damn it. I forgot to build the construction lasers here. That was supposed to build both sides of this. So what I pictured was the cargo ships coming in here docking, and then the drones from this coming up and picking off all the containers off them and placing them down below. The bigger ships would dock on the edges, and the medium-sized ships here. We might get most of this built without an extra trip. We've got another 600 cobalt coming, and that's the biggest limiter. We've got a whole ship full of silicates and iron. These guys are just pouring in supplies from below. So I'm going to turn all the stabilizers off and see what happens. What I wanted was for these solar panels to offer the gyroscopic effect on the bottom, so there should be no sway, unless I induce it myself. Got to have moving parts. New supplies are arriving at the mining ship. Former mining ship. We don't have much long until the fuel in this runs out. You can get around without it, but it just can't mine. We used up 20,000 iron. This thing was packed full of it. Well, I saw how much the shipping containers affected the balance of the station when they're added and subtracted. I'm hoping that the way we've built this will be nice and stable, and it shouldn't affect it too much. Alright, send a little bit more cobalt to that construction vessel. They're doing solid work underneath the hull. Really, this ship should be helping to build. It's a construction ship too. The reference was to try and fit one of these in it easily. So if I did use it as a Titan class vessel eventually, I could fit this sort of stuff in the cargo bay. Stellaris Trade Depot gets crumped by aliens instantly because it has no weaponry. I tried to use batteries to make it look like a Star Destroyer. So when I make the warship variant, we'll use batteries to give it a different lighting. Make it look like it has thrusters. And you can put thrusters in the battery too. Let's turn on the spinny dome again at the top. If it'll let me zoom in on it.
Oh, look how fast they're spinning. That's not good. That's not intentional. They're on turbocharged. Turn them down. When we just went past with the camera, they were like gracefully spinning. Now they're turboed. Ah! Welcome back. The station's almost finished. Doesn't like spinning stuff. Spinning stuff breaks it. I'll turn it all off, and it should fix it. Good work. We're almost out of iron. I think we'll finish before that happens though. Now we just got to fill it with stuff. Endless shipping containers to the top of the gantry. And then I need to build somewhere for the robot drones to hang off the gantry. In the meantime, let's go back. Where was I? I was Europa, the Dark Iron Drift. So we're looking for cobalt as a priority. Excuse me. I have to wait for these shipments to finish before we can warp this ship out. Turn these actuators off until we're ready to experiment with them. Putting all four on one side of the ship might have been bad. I thought if I angled them and had them counter-rotating, it might put it off. And they're equally spaced, but I might have needed to put them on this side as well. We can transfer that crew across now, I think. No. You used up all your allocated resources. Good job. But we can't finish the rest of the hulks until we get cobalt. Got 84 left, that's nowhere near enough. That's enough for 10 hulks. We have about 40 to do. So many constructions all at once. It was easier to build the quote-unquote megastructure solar shade. Solar panel. I wanted to build a station that was surrounded by those giant solar panels, but you can only build one per planet. I'm like, no, I wanted to build a cube or, you know, a sphere out of them. And then have a station in the center. Like a Dyson sphere for the station. I was really worried this connection wasn't going to hold, but they seem to be doing really well now. This anchored the station, fortunately. Ship's only got 30 minutes of water left. We're going to break this ship down, and that might actually get us over the line. Let's start doing that. It doesn't need all this. So as they dismantle the ship, they'll get a little bit of extra stuff to use on the construction. Oh, too many. We have to let them use up what they've got on board now. We've done all we can without cobalt. This was the original miner. We brought it here in the hangar ship. It started our campaign. And now its material will go into something greater than itself. Damn, we don't have enough room for whatever that was. We'll have to dock to break it down, the rest of it. But we can just be subsumed by the new building. Let's do it this way. Become one with the station. It's attached. It will now be absorbed by the new mother.
we can't delete this section because there's a habitat full of people there. We better expand the facilities up here. The game's starting to behave itself now that this ship's nearly built. He's got some cobalt from that broken down Hulk. Goodbye, old friend. The station even took on the name of our ship, the Miner. Not all is lost. Now, I'm going to build a bunch of shipping containers along the row so that we can dump off here. So the plan was one Hulk either side of the gantry and then the containers start. So if I need to, I could put utility stuff inside the center here. Something just happened. I placed down one building and now it's wobbling. Uh-oh, the Kraken. The Kraken's taken over. I have to go back. It's almost like putting down an invisible plan just threw the balance of the whole station out. I'm not sure why I did that. That would be catastrophic if that's going to be a thing. Let's start in the center, maybe. Before we start, we'll balance the station. That's not what I ordered. What are you doing that for? This thing keeps rotating. Having one of those by itself rotating would be catastrophic too. Because eventually it would start to wobble. And that's probably what happened.
These only cost iron and silicates to build. I thought about having water and part storage as well, but they're such odd shapes that I'm not going to bother. It's going to be metals only. Water is a precious commodity that we need to live, so it'll be part of life support in my opinion. It should be. We're not trading it with anyone, and each station I try to keep, you know, when they're ready, to have about a week's worth of water. Jupiter is the location where the jump gate is, so I figured having our most extensive supply would be better in Jupiter. I guess the goal is for this to hold way more than what our hangar ship can carry, so then our hangar ship can come here and take whatever she wants. And it won't leave the station dry like she currently does. Already we're close to what the hangar ship can carry. Hangar ship can carry 160,000 tons. My plan was to build a carrier like this that's able to transfer containers over, and then while we're on a mission it can build its own. So then I don't just have to do this all the time, but we're just building the first row of them to see what the ship looks like. That's the way. Factorio. Storage for our Factorio world that we will build one day. And with these last containers, we are already surpassing the hangar ship's capacity. And I'd planned for this to be like 4 containers high. I want to go for that record of the highest tonnage station. Her dry weight might not be impressive, but her wet weight will be massive. The station has a mass that is similar to our accumulator. Accumulator was 140,000 tons unloaded, and then an extra 100,000 tons of cargo capacity. There's some real physics issues with that particular ship though, and I think that's why it breaks the game so hard. I found one glaring issue with the design, and I fixed it, and it made it somewhat better. I noticed that the droids can move batteries as well. So theoretically, you could build a ship that doesn't have a power source, and then just plug batteries into it at its destination and it's where it's going. And as long as it only does the job that the battery power is planned for, you could then unplug it and plug it into your station and charge it up. It's an interesting concept I thought of. I couldn't see any other use unless you can sell power. If you could sell power, that would be cool. We should try that. You can sell water, metal, and parts, so you might be able to sell power cells. Like you could have a, if that's the case, you could have a high energy station which is bristling with solar panels. And that would explain why there's NPC stations that just have 1 million solar panels. Nearly to 250,000 tons of carry capacity. If we got the right officer aboard this station too, it would even increase. So with that first row, we can expect through nearly a 250,000 tons or over. So if we had 3 or 4 layers of that, we'd have nearly 1 million tons of cargo. And you know what the crazy thing was? I actually was going to double this and put another one on the bottom, upside down. And just completely strip Jupiter. Because that's what the first person in space that's going to get mining rights is going to do. They're going to become bajillionaires. no earthbound mining would be able to compete with the sheer volume that you could flood the market with, of anything nearly. With that final container being built now, what's the grand total going to be? 520,000 tons. Oh, I didn't say that right, but yeah, you get the point. It's Friday night. Loose lips. Let's send all this aboard. Oh, why have you got so many crew? 180 crew? What? Who's recruiting? I always forget to turn it off. There needs to be a button somewhere on the UI that just turns on recruitment and turns it off. So easy to forget about. And in the early game, you can actually waste a lot of water, which is a very scarce commodity, and they cost 1 each. And then they start drinking it, so you'll go back to your ship and you'll have like 200 crew drinking all the water. You're like, no, give it back. And then I'll probably put a series of loading docks along this beam. And the thorium can go too. It's a shame you can't just... Oh, you can, but they'll just float around forever. Let's send some crew to the destroyer. So I can send these officers aboard the station. Tactical officer is for combat. Science officer is like hybrid combat and engineering. Logistics is all about the money, bro. Get better sell prices and things like that. Alright. Habitats. We need to find the officer's station. Actually, they're really easy to find here because I made them like command hubs. So we've got a tactical officer, a science officer, and a logistics. We want industrial and engineering. It's good to have the full team. You can only have a certain amount of officers active in every sector. But their buffs seem to stack as well, so if you put like a whole heap of engineers on a mining ship, they actually are insane. Our accumulator had 2 engineering officers who were buffing the hell out of mining range, so much so that the accumulator was blasting all the asteroids, but I couldn't get close enough to collect them all. So in that respect, it was just too OP for a massive ship that can't maneuver. Right, the full team is aboard. See, the industrial office is all about mining and refinement. So we want the refinement training, construction techniques, energy battery expertise, increases storage, construction speed, because this place will be like a shipyard, Energy consumption reduction. More health. Cost of construction. Engineering officers are really useful. They got heaps of good buffs across a wide variety of skills. Science officers are probably good in the early game because they buff research speed, but we don't have research anymore. We did that. So they are actually like a combat officer. Shield consumption reduction, though, is going to be useful for our station, which has 4 of them. Turret aiming speed might apply to construction at turrets, so we'll do that. Then the tactical officer, it's all about the fight. So I won't upgrade him. Logistics is basically good for the hangar ship because it reduces the amount of the special hyperfuel. But that doesn't affect any other ship. But then she's got sell price increase, faster engineering craft, and material purchase costs. I don't know how to purchase material through the hypergate. Unfortunately, there is a trade. Let's have a look here. There's a trade node that I found on one ship, but I don't know what it does. Trade ship port. Designates an empty socket for a trade ship to dock and exchange resources. Let's try it. We might be able to buy resources. If that's the case, I'll buy some cobalt and we'll finish this off. Maybe it didn't work before because I haven't been in the sector with a jump gate. Yeah, this is the issue I had before. I don't know what to do with this node. Let's see if I can build on top of it. No, don't know what to do with it then. So those officers also need to be activated. And once they're activated, they leave the inventory. It's like the only thing I've found to be able to spend my money on. So I have trade ships. You can build a storage. You can pick up. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not implemented yet. I said that about the trade ships though, and I figured that out eventually. feel like this needs like a docking clamp. It's pretty fragile. It also can't be too big because then it would obstruct. So I'll leave it alone for now. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Back to Dark Iron Drift at Europa. Now we are on the search for iron and cobalt. But I don't have scanners on my ships because I don't believe in prospecting. I believe in strip mining. Everything is useful, nothing is wasted. I have no form of nuclear fuel production, so I have to get onto that soon. And we do need thorium for that. I don't want to have to call the hangar ship back from Saturn. I accidentally set the thumbnail of this stream to be Saturn and we haven't even seen it yet. Clickbait. This one's cobalt, excellent. That's the best type of prospecting. Discovery. Scanners aren't long enough range for my liking, so you have to get right up close. On my accumulator, I wanted to be able to like sweep the local area. And even the radar doesn't function like I would have thought it did. It's got very, very short range. And it just tells you, it just lists things here on the minimap. It doesn't actually show you anything on the UI. While we're here, we might redesign this ship so they're not doing nothing. Redesign it so that it's easy for the bots to grab supplies instead of having to grab them off the back, and that way it won't be overloaded. We only need iron and silicates to be able to do this, so once we get a few rocks in the refiner, we should be right to rebuild it. This will have iron, that will have iron. This is pretty dense field actually. My only gripe is some of the maps don't have many rocks. So you go there and there's like 15 decent rocks and then you move on. I've seen other people that are playing the game are just using lots of little ships, stacking them in the hangar ship and going around from place to place. But I'm leaving a presence in every system I go to. might keep the same shape, but we'll just make it so that it can be top loaded. Having a few extra Hulk nodes at the front will give us more control. It's going to be a real space truck. I quite liked the flat bridge. I'm glad I did it. Now I don't want it to be any bigger than it is now profile wise. And I would like to keep the solar panel arrangement. But these bottom ones will have to go. I think I'm going to get rid of the water as well. We don't need this much water. We don't find enough ice asteroids. Even Saturn had like a few and that's it. Don't you just stand there watching, you keep working. don't know if that one beam is strong enough. Maybe I should link the... Yeah, we'll do that with hulks. Just in case. Give it... We need to gap as much stability as possible. It's very chill music, not much pressure. I remember Eve. Too much time though, in my opinion. That's like a second life. Can't be a cleft, it needs to be a hulk. I would have liked more of these cleft nodes in the center, but I just need to make sure there's strength here. We don't want it to snap in half. It's already pretty dicey right here on the refinery connection. Okay, I hope your storage can manage this. So that's not bad. It's a little bit taller than solar panels. How about I just keep it like that, nice and centered. This will be a lot of parts. This is way more than what we were carrying before. Space-wise, it's probably going to be the same. It'll just be able to be unloaded by the bots. I love the chatter in the background. It reminds me of Homeworld. This thing is just a rock smasher. It's like dual wielding. We are running low on nuclear fuel though. Probably an hour left. Nice mix of cobalt and iron. This thing is an abomination, but it's so good. And I like the little scorpion effect we gave it. If I built it again, I would sort of build it like an X-Wing, I guess. Probably the same arrangement, but I'd have the arms wider. And maybe this lower. So we like the claw. Now with only 2 construction bots, it's going to take a little while for this to happen. The construction tower's here. I can't see the top of the ship. So I might actually change one of these to constructors. They need some iron, so we'll send some from our miner. Homeworld 3 looked amazing, but the campaign, there just wasn't enough of it.
Like, it was a real slap in the face to have a 2-minute campaign mission. Literally 2 minutes. If you knew what to do, it was 2 minutes. Swoop your fighters in, blow up the facility. Congratulations, you finished a mission. But while you're playing it, you think, oh, this is just a prelude for the bigger operation. But when you go through the mission select bit and it's like, you know, this game has 10 missions, well, that's a cop-out. And the story just didn't have that gravitas that the first 2 certainly did. Like, you really cared about the Higarans. In Homeworld 3, you're like, why are we even... What is the problem? Why are we caring? I enjoyed the gameplay though, and I loved the graphics. I thought they were a real step up. It's just there wasn't enough of it, and the multiplayer, the skirmish, and the war mode were just a non-effort. Well, they were an effort, but it was not enough to keep me invested for more than half an hour. That roguelike mode had real potential. And then they just made it so it's 3 operations. Just let it happen, like make it full-on survival mode. See how long you can survive going from mission to mission. That's what I wanted from Deserts of Karak. That was a great game. So we'll be able to carry as much as we were before, but it won't be so dangerously overloaded. We had weight sticking out the back here. We had weight sticking off the side. I do need to replace 2 large solar cells. And I have to keep in mind that we need a docking port to sidle up to the spaceport. I think this will be enough, but we'll need to close the radiator to do it. And the front as well, we could do it. We're missing 1 Hulk node here, then we need cobalt for that, I think. We've got cobalt. Cataclysm was a great game. Some would argue that Cataclysm was better than Homeworld 1 in terms of how personable the story was. It was. I did a recent replay of all the Homeworld games except Cataclysm. I didn't play Cataclysm because I feel like it is very dated. But for its time, fantastic. So we managed to keep the same silhouette. I'm pretty pleased with that. And that'll be like 1 whole row in the starport, I think. And then every time it goes out on a mission, it will have no cargo, no containers aboard. Its constructors will build them while it's on mission. Happy days. Now with that in mind, we'll need to build a second heavy miner because while this is fast, this is now a lot of storage. So we want these trips to be really quick, back and forward. We're down to 10 nuclear fuel as well. That means the station itself would be running low. Okay, our retrofit is complete. Let's save that blueprint. That was formerly the, where was it? I think it was called the Prometheus. I called it the refinery hauler, but the flagship was Prometheus. This is the container version. It still has 3,500 hectoliters of water carry capacity despite not having massive tanks, so I'm happy with that. It is a little bit bendy here. I'm glad I actually... Wait, it's still only linked by one, isn't it? I'll see how it behaves when it's heavy. But if there's that much flex, I'll just have to do all Hulk nodes. Yeah, I just feel like it's going to snap there. It's a flex point for sure. Here and here, we've got a heap of flex. The reason I didn't put clefts there was because I didn't want one single failure point, and I've got it anyway. So maybe I build hulks and then actually extend the ship, make it slightly wider for another row on each side. It'll be stronger and carry more. I think we'll do that next time we're back at port. So the idea is to dock like this at the starport, and then all the crabs will come up from below and take them. I just love to take everything. Take it all. So I might actually change the orientation of this ship so that we pilot it like that from now on. Just this variant, just Hephaestus. Prometheus will still be the right way up. Prometheus won't need to change designs. We're 1/3 full. We have an excellent engineer aboard who's actually giving us more resources than we mine. Able to refine pure stuff.
We lost one solar panel over before. I'll have to keep an eye on power generation. I think we should be okay. Maybe an extra one on top. There you go, that's a problem solved. We'll take that bottom solar panel off so we're completely flush. Space trucking. Half the fun for me is doing a design and then identifying where you went wrong or where you could do better. What components a ship really needs versus what your dream ship is. Just trying to identify any flaws or things that I missed. Because if you make a mistake on the blueprint, every other ship is going to have the same flaw. We don't have time to pick up all those silicates. There needs to be a ship-wide order where you can say, don't pick that up. Currently you have to set every single hangar to not pick it up. This is micro that I'm not prepared to do.
can't remember where the docking bays are on this ship. Where are they? On the bottom. And on the sides. Okay, good. 4 of them. Focus on that iron point. That's the last of the iron to come out of the rock. We'll switch targets to this one here. We definitely have enough now to finish building that starport. How full is our ship? Just over half full.
We need a good. We need to find a decent thorium asteroid. Well, this thing will be running around on solar panel doing nothing. Let the mining ship pick all that up, refiner. I'll be back in a minute.
40,000 tons aboard. And lots of silicates to process. Well, this was profitable iron-wise. There's a cloud of debris here we need to collect. When I first came here, there were heaps of enemies, and I just came here in my destroyer and rolled through them all. So besides that, it's pretty unremarkable. We've got 3 enemies hidden out in a distant cloud somewhere. They are a non-threat. Once this is in the hold, we will regroup, collect this cloud, and then leave. I'll leave the miner here, but this one will leave. I want to get this starport finished and see it in action. We have 1 shipment of silicates on the way to the miner. But it'll be almost full by the time we're finished this. I would like to see gas as well, as
other resources, not just the 3 or 4 that we've got. I want to see like hydrogen and all sorts of stuff. We have 4 fuel rods left. We'll turn it off while we're not actively mining. Hey Azulu, how are you? Where's space trucking? Anger and fury over soccer. I mean football. My bad. Heresy. Who are you hoping for to win? Since you know that Sweden's pretty much... Operations are nearly complete. Random debris everywhere. There is some ice down here. Let's go and get it. Watch out, dude. Watch those panels. I saw what you said about Ronaldo and the ref. I feel like I need to shore up the strength of this. Oh, I don't think it really matters, does it? Because even if you make this stronger, this is still a weakness. Okay, the last shipment is aboard. We are almost at full capacity. I think once everything is refined, it will actually be full capacity. Keep that training up on the officer corps. And let's head back to the Red Eye Gate. Back to frame rate. Where is everyone? Above us. How can you miss it? So this will be our first proper delivery with our purpose-built cargo ship. And it's a lot more balanced than the last one that we were piloting around. It was wobbly, it was heavy, I couldn't steer it. I had to let autopilot do it. Turn the shield off, please. Why won't you let me turn the shield off? There you go. Our new home sweet home. She's a bit wiggly in the wobblies. But she doesn't have to do anything more than this. Yeah, a bit wibbly wobbly. But I've got perfect control, which is a major difference. But I certainly think we need to strengthen that center up. Spain's got your vote now. Good luck to Spain. It's going to be the... Are the French still in it? Are they still kicking butts? Space Truck 1 arriving on Terminal 1. Hopefully this arm here can support the weight of docking. Easy does it. Should take a moment to let the battery recharge. Thanks very much for the sub, Matters. Welcome to the stream. Delicate operation underway. I don't think I've got enough clearance here. I think the dock needs to be protruding a little bit more. We'll see how we go. We have to close the radiator just for safety. It's the do or die moment. Docking port. This one's preferable so we can get some clearance on the solar panel. I guess the wise thing to do would maybe dock centerline. Yeah, I think I might do that. Try and distribute the weight evenly. I'm going to save it just before Kraken strikes us. Just closing the solar panels. I want to be super delicate. It's the first real time we've docked with the starport. There's something in the way. Gently does it. Got plenty of battery power. Alright, so there is some movement induced on the station. Lock it. Lock the thrusters, please. No, 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 it's crackening. It's absorbed a wobble. I don't know how I can mitigate that. Something just blew up. Oh, I think it disconnected from the rest of the station, maybe? I don't know. But she's doomed. We'll try again. I think I need to turn off all flight assist on the cargo carrier before we dock. It's the first time we've built at this scale. And I think it was a good call to hit the middle. I need some form of dampener on the station. I'm going to try and get closer before we activate it this time, because I have a feeling the game pulled the station towards our ship. Just turn off all stabilizers. Let the station absorb the shock. I think that this was trying to boost to stabilize itself. It's still moving. This is a heavy damn ship that we just put on that boom arm. The station is starting to move, but it doesn't really matter because it's so big, there's nowhere it can go. Uh-oh. I feel it shaking. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's gonna explode again. Yeah, now we're just starting to rotate rapidly. Station's completely out of power. I'm just going to use the dev tools for a sec. See if we can stabilize it. Once the arms start to wiggle, it's all over. Yeah, look at the wag on the tail. That sucks. That really sucks. We'll try and dock center line. I mean, she doesn't have to dock. She is big enough just to park up there, and I didn't really intend for ships this big to dock on this port. This was for medium-sized ships, so the plan was for big ships to just come in above the gantry. So if it doesn't work for a massively overweight ship, then I'm not surprised. I should test it with the destroyer. So we'll try and dock here on the center and hope that this weight can help us. Because I think this ship is so wiggly as well, it's sort of inducing a vibration in the station as it docks. I need some way to like dampen that. And I was hoping these little gyroscopes would do it. Well, not, you know, they're makeshift gyroscopes. I was hoping I could actually have 3 connection points, but I don't think the game works like that. Besides, they're a different length because of the beam. That's an issue for the radiator. Okay, so before we make connection, I'll try and stabilize this ship as much as possible and then glide in. It's not using its boosters to stabilize itself at the moment. I think we have success there. So it's too much weight on that line. And we're out of nuclear fuel. Uh-oh. Okay, but it's done. We docked. We done did it. Just really worried this station's going to explode any second. Tick, tick, tick. Looks like we still need some hulks here. I haven't quite finished. We just can't get to this side, it seems. Let's get the DD to do it. It's not really its mission set, but it's got a repair guy on it. Well, let's see if transferring all the stock will just make the ship explode again. Transferring all this weight. It's not moving. That's a good sign, I think. It's almost like I designed it for that ship. Wow, it's like the perfect length. Now I just need to get the bots to unload it and see if that proof of concept works. The problem is there's so many spots that I could drop it that it just breaks the game. I hope that through coming development that sort of thing is optimized.
Yay, it works. A little bit of finesse. One of them's stuck though, somewhere. Question is, can he navigate into a tight space? Okay, so no, we have to do this evenly. They're too eager to run off though. I just should be able to stack up a bunch of orders. That's crazy though, what happens. I should be able to designate like a zone, which is the only nodes that show up. The other trade ship on the other side of the station can't figure out what to do. So in that case, 2 arms on the side will service that ship on the side if we can get it to work reasonably quickly. The problem is they can't get home after they've done their job. So we'll put some of these bots down on the gantry instead. Sucks. Maybe the drone should be down on this same level. We just put the game on slow-mo and it runs alright. It'll just take forever. It's a shame there's not a time compression. G'day, Okasoni. Welcome, mate. I'm just trying to push the limits of this game and build the biggest station possible. Just unloading the space truck. And the game crashed. It crashed hard. Starminer crashed. That's actually the first time it's crashed that hard. Well, I did say I was trying to break it. 1 second, guys. Limit found. You can only unload 10 containers before the game explodes. I don't know if you saw it, every time I docked on a certain arm too, it would just induce a vibration until everything started to wobble. It's funny because when I first loaded into this game, I saw that and went, wow, that's a big station. It's only got like 2 Hulk nodes. Meanwhile... Oh, god damn it. Why? It's not the fastest way, like you can just transfer it instantly if you want, but I like this sort of shit. Oh god, not this sort of slide. This reminds me of gaming in the 90s. Trying to play Masters of Orion. That was like a simple game. Or even Sword of the Stars was a bit like this on my old laptop. You can't see, you just go home, you're useless. Oh, what are you doing, station? Stop it. It's just started to wobble. Why are you vibrating like that? It's not even on. Eject it before it explodes. Too late. It just exploded. Oh no! No, it just took out the gantry. Oh no! It's gonna hit the boom. Perils of space flight, hey? No. Oh, it crashed again. This station's too much for the game to handle. It's funny, when I started designing it, I thought, I won't go as all out as I did with the accumulator. And yet here we are. I thought surely because it's just stationary that it would be fine. Nope. I'm going to turn the physics back to arcade for a moment to see if the same thing happens. I'll do that first. This happens with my accumulator too. Sometimes you'll load the game in and it'll just explode. It's like, nope, not today. That didn't work. I was hoping to queue orders up so that they would just drop it off. Yeah, there definitely needs to be a button where you just say, alright, all these cargo, this cargo section, can be freely unloaded if it's full. I have to remember that we're shifting weight around, and this is where we really struggled before as well. When we were putting weight up on these arms, it was inducing catastrophic wobble. And just giving the drop order is not great for it either. What I'll do is I'll take one of my ships out of here, the destroyer, see if reducing the entity limit in this section. That didn't work. I wonder if setting up an automation when there's no dock on the ship might automate it. And to think I wanted to make it double the size of this. It won't work. I wanted to have a matching storage yard on the bottom of it. These trade ships up here aren't in an optimal position. They need to be starting underneath. Oh, now you went and got yourself blocked. Silly bot. rather than trying to get these things to behave. Oh, what did you do that for? Let's find somewhere else to put those things. Perhaps here? I think that will work. Don't think they'll obstruct anything. And you can't automate them yet, so there's no point having a whole swarm of them. So you just have to micro them anyway. This one doesn't want to go on. Let's make this bond a bit more permanent. Something a little bit more permanent, hopefully more stable. But their fates are now entwined. We can't just abort and snip them off. Not easily, anyway. Hope there's enough room there for it to take off. Should probably do something about this join as well. This was where it was shaking when it wasn't connected. There was too much wobble and flex. Oh, we need to dock this and merge it. Send some cobalt to the destroyer and they should be able to finish the station for us. I've been trying to figure out how to use parts to build things rather than materials. And if you have the parts on board your ship, there's this icon here. And so it won't cost anything except energy. But you need to click it, otherwise it'll build it from raw materials. Alright, let's try these new trade ships. Is this a better position for them? The game might behave better when it's not trying to figure out the pathing. Not enough room to undock. Of course there isn't. Alright, scrap that idea. Maybe if I change the angle. Yeah, we'll launch out sideways. Or from the side itself, maybe. We build one on each side. That would be fantastic if we could. No, they block each other. I know what I can do to make this even. Means more Hulk nodes. Don't leave home without them. makes sense that they can launch into the docking bay. We'll just test this side first, see if it works. The problem is, if the cargo bay is full, they might not have enough room to launch down. We had organized to go to this height, so I think it might be okay. Alright, let's try again. Why? Because there's a bar in the way, because the gantry's in the way. God. I mean, he could service that side. Let's test if the other side works. And now he can't get back. So that's a scratch as well. They might have to launch off the side. That maybe? They'll overlap again, I think. Yeah, that's silly. Just have some traffic control. Alright, we will put... See how that goes. Well, at least we've got a bit of a complex here I could work with now. Maybe put some manufacturing plants there. So we can make nuclear fuel. We only need one. very least, I could put some hangars here. Recess them in so they're not in the way. Despite having building cranes here, they're not working. Is there a reason for that? Maybe I'll have to put them on the side. I'm having a hard time getting these finished in a meaningful time. We need our construction ship to, or the mining refining ship to help us. Otherwise we'll be here all night. The hangars will be 2 constructors and a hauler, just in case there's some scrap laying around or we drop some parts by mistake. So we'll take the construction towers off. They don't appear to be working. I'll put one. We'll put a bunch of them on the ends, but at a different angle. So close to being finished, they just refuse to do it in any timely manner. Not really sure what I could put up the center here. More batteries, 1 million batteries. We'll never run out of power. And then theoretically I could then just teleport this thing around Jupiter. That's a recipe for disaster though. Come on, these construction arms need to be built. Come on. Now. Impatient. So close. What do we need? 1 brick of cobalt. There we go. Third time's a charm with the placement. And then even if he doesn't have an order, he's still going to bring it down here, which we can place it when it's convenient. Yeah, so we'll have 4 of them in total. Maybe even 6 aside. It's like claw machine now. The claw. There's enough space between the cargo and them to rotate around, so it should be good. Very nice. It's like those construction cranes have orders, but because they're blocked or obstructed, they're not finishing their job.
I'm curious as to what these guys are even doing. I don't think they're building. They go out. Then where do you go? They're not actually building. Okay, so I'm going to undock the cargo ship now. We've proved that works. How many more containers do I have? Oh, a bunch. You can't select a trade ship unless you have the station selected. That needs to change. Something wrong with that pickup destination? Yeah, foolish builders are just not building. So get rid of it all. And now that the destroyer is not stealing the jobs, our construction towers might actually do something. No one's allowed to be able to cancel. That thing just crashed into my cargo area. Fortunately, it did no damage. For the sake of simplicity, let's just pretend like we did it. We were successful. So when the unloading process is finished, oops, we left one hovering. So when it's fully unloaded, it's what it looks like. Now I'll use its construction lasers to finish this station because everyone else is just messing about. Oh, we better open the radiator. It seems like we've messed up somewhere and they just can't get to it to repair it. So I'll turn off all construction projects and just let the refinery ship try it. It's almost like it has finished, but it's just glitching out. I might delete that section and see what happens. Oh, imagine not being able to put another one in there. What? What? It looks like these other ones are just stuck in limbo. Why does that not just fit straight in there? It sucks. This is where, like, flaws will happen because something's not connected properly now. Like our cargo container's not actually being attached or something ridiculous.
This one here deep inside, is it? No, it's right on the edge. Good. It seems like if you delete a scaffold piece, you have to replace the whole section. Oops, that needs to be connected quickly. Uh-oh, stop. That was way too much boost. It's a lot lighter than it was before. 75,000 tons, fully laden. That was a built one. I just destroyed it by mistake. They've got too much construction supplies on those sites. Maybe when I put the offices in and they made construction cheaper, it's made something break. Yeah, so we're getting a refund on it, and they're going to be cheaper when I rebuild them. I just have to rebuild them.
See, as soon as I turn the simulation on though, look at this. Why are we moving? I have no idea. The whole station is blacked out now. Too ambitious, perhaps? Look at it. It's going to go critical in a second. He's got the wobbles. It's like that dancing cactus. I already feel it, it's going to explode, isn't it? There's not enough rigidity in the structure. So I'll just reverse time a slight amount and see if the same thing happens with the simulation physics on. I see it wobbling. I don't know if that translates across to YouTube because it is running like a slideshow. Maybe it was like deleting this part of the truss that gave us some vibration, because this is this like support structure for the entire bottom half. So let's get that built back. Why does that not fit now? That's concerning. Spaghetti station. It's holding all right now. I think just sometimes when you load it, you know, there's a little bit of a hiccup when it's loading in, and with the game running like it is with this mega station, there's bound to be some hiccups in the way the physics is rendered. And there's no way to like increase the rigidity of the structure. Even if you join lots of stuff together, it seems that it still gets a wobble. I can see like a wobble along this entire structure along the bottom. It's slightly moving like a wave at the ocean.
With those last 3 pieces, we will have finished the station finally. Whether it survives to complete its task yet remains to be seen. Spending a lot of power on something. The last stone going in the wall. Hurry up, let's get it done. Well, so my plans for the Titan class ship are probably not going to see light of day at this stage of the game's development. For those that are just joining or watching later, I planned for this to be the cargo bay of an even greater ship. And the plan was to like drop it into the hull of this larger ship. Well, I think that's it for now. We just got to fill it with resources. In its current state of slideshow goodness, it can carry 300,000 supplies. And that's without, there's only barely a second level there. None of these containers are full. So I dare say this will have, say, maybe 600 to 750,000 supply capacity, which I think is more than enough to please the stockholders home on Earth. Combination of me streaming it is also putting pressure on the system. I have a pretty good PC, but so I most certainly will get a bunch of screenshots or just some B-roll stuff of the station in action. But it's got some prominent features here that I hope will make it interesting to other people. We've got a rotating command module up the top here. You only want it on very, very gentle though, just to give them some artificial gravity, I guess. I wonder if this will add any torque to the station though. So yeah, we'll activate that. We'll put it at speed 10. So this is like the visitor station. That's where all the different vessels will dock. Then you've got the storage for the main station itself. So if anything catastrophic happened to below, they've still got supplies. Then we have a unique 4-shield arrangement. We call it the shield flower. What the hell happened to the other shield generators? There's one missing. I might have deleted it by accident. Something might have blown it up by accident. Well, so we will fix that little oversight. The shield flower is what I was saying. So 4 overlapping shields should provide significant protection for the central portion of the station, which is its spine, its backbone.
If anything happens to anywhere on this spine, then the station is doomed. So I'm hoping that 4 overlapping shields will give the protection it needs to the reactors. Whether it's just through sheer luck or some hidden genius, all the command staff are outside the protection of the shield. I think it stops right on the actuator. Oh no, we get it right to the very top. That's really cool. I like it. A little bit of a Venn diagram going on here. So you've got major protection in the center. If the shields collapse, there'll be a little bit of overlapping protection. It's the best I could get it. Now this is where all the ships will dock. We've proved that our cargo ship is a perfect length here to dock on this central pylon. I might actually shorten this arm, but they were there as a backup for medium-sized ships to dock this way, or for a very long ship to dock this way. But we've proved that docking on this arm with a heavy ship is bad. For whatever reason, they like this side better. So that is the Red Gate. The gateway to the riches of the Red Planet. Why is it now moving away? No, don't move away. It's moving away at 2 meters a second. And I bet you it's because of that rotation. Yeah, I think it's that rotating hub on the top is going to be doomed for the station. I believe it's trying to spin the bottom of the station below it more than it's spinning this command module. And then if we get any sort of movement that we try to correct, the whole station just gives up. I think I may have to have some kind of support to come down and hold the gantry. That's just too wobbly for my liking. Okay, so we stabilized it. Is that thing still active? That's the only thing I changed. Yeah, I have a feeling it's these actuators. They are a death sentence.
You do not want to see something that heavy wiggling. Can the AI bring it under control? Only if it has help from energy assist. It just gets worse and worse. Why? Who would have thought a giant amount of weight hanging from a string would be hard to balance? It's like a pendulum, and the minute there's any instability, it's going to start wiggling, and we're not even at full capacity yet. So low gravity doesn't mean you can't break under tension. It might be better off just hovering here by itself as a shipyard. It's more chance, but then this station will not survive. This thing was already in trouble before I connected it to its anchor. Right, let's dump our supplies. Before I continue, I'll make sure that gyroscope thing is off. It's like the corkscrew, it just breaks the camel's back. Off. The same thing happened when I turned these on. Since it's getting late, we like to experiment with crazy stuff when it's late. Let's turn them on to very low speed. And see if the station decides to wobble itself to death. We need some way to shed momentum. Or vibrations. These things don't have to spin fast, they can just be casual. Having them at all different angles I feel like might help dampen some of the wobbles. Like if one of these starts spinning really fast, we know there's an issue station-wide. Because I want these to absorb angular momentum. I just don't think they're in the right arrangement. See, technically these two are at 90 degrees to each other, which should theoretically give me more than one angle of movement, if I've got my idea right. Seems like everything's okay. This is just vanity, by the way. This doesn't have to be here.
But I designed this when I was thinking about making it a starship rather than just a starport. Alright, let's send off the mining vessel to go and do something else. And hopefully everything's still there when we come back. If you're talking about that massive thing, is my giant dock. Like where cargo ships are loaded. Like where the super tankers and mega cargo carriers in real world are loaded. So we dock our cargo ships above, and then drones unload all the cargo containers. Like here is the cargo ship before it's got its containers loaded. We use the ship to build its containers as it needs them. The plan is to try and store like 1 million tons inside a starbase. We're going like interplanetary, what would you call it? Monopoly. Hi Fletcher, how you going, mate? This is where we are now, Europa. We've just started working Europa. I have one outpost at Loki, but not here. So once this ship starts receiving silicates and iron, we can start building its cargo containers, and then they'll fill it up. But again, I've built a massive station that just completely destroys the frame rate in the game when we look at it. It was supposed to be 2 separate stations, but the first one was suffering from stability issues, and we linked the starport to it. Star dock. Star wharf. Whatever you want to call it. We need to find some iron so we can fill up this ship. You got 6 ads? What the hell? That's crazy. I do get ad revenue, but yeah, that's crazy. I don't really have much control over the ads as far as I'm aware. I just know that it asks me if I want to set high ads or low ads, and I set low ads. So I would hate to see what high ads is like. The ad revenue gets me pizza and some scotch once a month. It's quite good, thank you very much.
That was Pete today, actually. And Scotch Night. So cheers. I'm thoroughly disappointed with the amount of water available in our solar system. I was misled. There is not much water available at all. Turns out most ice is not, in fact, not H2O. That's that Earth bias. If it's frozen, it must be drinking. Two ships working side by side. The nuclear reactor's not on, and this ship is handling it fine. So having the nuke reactor is redundant, I think, unless it's on and I'm not aware of that. Yes, it's on. I was gonna say, those solar panels are bloody good. This ship will run out of power now. But I believe she has enough battery power here to drain the rest of the asteroid. She just cannot maneuver and use her lasers at the same time without the nuke. So doing it this way, it will cost you some of your resources to store them. But it's better than having to build a million storage ships, which is what I was doing back at Earth. I've got like 3 heavy carriers, which are just packed full. I just did it on too big of a scale for the game to handle. If I built a smaller one, that would be quite a cool little outpost. Right, the next one needs to be iron so we can make those containers. Maybe, yeah, you might have got all 6 hours of ads. A Friday night too, maybe? They want you to buy something on a Friday? I do appreciate it though, it does help keep the lights on. Let me add that iron, we need it. Before this ship is full of, we can't build its containers. So I'll need to remember to bring some iron every time we set out, just in case. Alright, the battery's given out in this ship. Lucky you can just spin up the reactor whenever you want. I'm pretty sure you can't actually do that in real life. It's just on. And all you can do is try to control it. I could be wrong though. Ask that YouTuber guy that tells everyone they're wrong and relates it to nuclear physics. Right, send that iron aboard. Just a few chunks will do. That one shipment of iron should be enough to build all the containers. Here they come. Get in there. Get in the refinery. And then you just watch this storage capacity just balloon out to nearly 70,000. They're all gamer ads. Oh, that's good. Anything interesting? Was it? I think it said 71,000 for a moment. Maybe that's what the entire capacity will be once it's all built. Let's keep this miner busy while it's still got nuclear fuel. Where to next? 10 kilometers away. I'm on the shadow side, so it's hard to see where the density would lie. Need some kind of scanner to help you find them. Okay, she's all ready to rumble. Is it going to go? I asked you to go. Trying to move the camera turns off autopilot. That's silly. Well, we learned a few things tonight about interplanetary trade. We set up another ambitious megastructure, and we've built a prototype of a new space truck that will hopefully speed up logistics if we can keep the frames at a reasonable rate. Let's see our space truck come into the station. Temporary mining station. There she is. And when you're not building massive stations that break the frame rate, the game is gorgeous and it runs really well. So that's why I've put 100 hours into it already. I hope you've enjoyed our time here with Starminer. Now that we have this secure logistics hub, tomorrow it's time to build the final megastructures and see if we can't get to Alpha Centauri. Dare to wonder a little bit, they say. Until next time, my name is Commander Tyrael, and this is Europa. Hope to see you again.